Here we go, and welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and darters alike. Nick Teixeira and the one and only DJ Sayer in the booth with me here this fine Saturday in Niagara Falls for the 38th Regional Tour. Excited to be bringing you coverage of this one as we're going to be starting off today with our Pro-Am bracket. And in the background, we also do have our women's doubles and men's doubles bracket running as well. DJ, I'm excited for a great day coverage. How about you?
Yeah, anxious to see who we got and how the day's gonna play out in New York. Sounds like we got a pretty big field, so leads me to believe that we've got some ballers that made the trip to Niagara.
Certainly. I mean, even just on the non-pro side, as these guys are somehow breaking the matrix over there or setting up this board. But yeah, we have 86 teams in the non-pro, 26 teams in the pro, and I believe the women's has a fair amount of teams as well. So lots of participation, lots of people ready to throw their darts and show their stuff, and I'm excited to see. So we got Denny Garn starting us off for the Bell South team here. He is playing with Cody Cottrell. Brandt is playing with Mike on He's the Pro. If you guys want to follow along with our brackets here, just remember you can go over to your BullShooter app, go to the Tournament King section, hit all events, and you can select the subsequent brackets there, and you'll be able to follow right along. Of course, I did just put the Pro-Am bracket in on our Facebook chat if you guys want to follow on that end as well. Just follow along on your computer.
So this is the only player I'm not too familiar with, which apparently I should be. His name is famous.
Yeah, I believe that is Mike Falconer. Don't know much about him other than, yeah, you're right. He's self-claimed fame. Now, Denny Garn, you said you're familiar with. Can you tell me a little bit about him? Because it's my first time getting a chance to watch him.
I mean, Denny's just an Ohio boy, so I know Denny pretty well. But yeah, I mean, he's definitely, he don't get out too much. Certainly getting out the last year or so. I'm shocked that you don't actually know him. He went to Florida for the ESPN Invitational qualifier last year.
Oh.
Which I'll be honest, I didn't expect him not to qualify. So he kind of had a poor performance down there, but he usually goes to the Ohio and the Pittsburgh BullShooters. But yeah, starting to get out a little more. I think he's trying to get in that ESPN Invitational, to be honest. So I'm not surprised to see that he made the trip to Niagara.
Yeah, I don't blame you. And there's a lot of players wanting to get in the mix, right? One of the cool things I noticed when I was interviewing and talking with the audience out there, I said, I was asking, I was like, what are you looking forward to? And a lot of the non-pros said, I'm looking forward to playing up. And that, with all the Facebook discussion from this last week and a half online, hearing that players are playing up because they want to get that shot to play on ESPN is really cool to see, because it is a good way to help upgrade everyone's game and get them to the next level.
Well, it's the carrot, right? I mean, we have to give people a reason to want to play. It's the age-old debate of levels or handicap or whatever it is. How do you fix it? And I think the easiest way to fix it is to make it so that players want to play in the highest division.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I never personally, I've always had the mentality of I don't mind being the little fish in the big pond, but you also have to push people in that direction. They have to want to do that on their own, and giving the right kind of rewards, like playing in the invitational shootout, like playing it for big money and big the notoriety events. I mean, that's what it's about.
See Denny polish off the first leg there. And are we playing 3 out of 5? I didn't even look.
That is correct. We are playing 3 out of 5 on the winner side.
Alrighty.
It's going to be Brand to start us off here first for leg number 2. If you guys were staying up late with us last night, got a chance to cover the finals for the women's and men's pro brackets for the men's and the women's singles bracket. And let me tell you, that final was something else. It was a battle of attrition between two guys that did not want to give an inch, and it was incredible to see. And if you have time today, rewind it, go back. Ignore the fact that I was losing my voice by the end of it. It was just such good games. It was hard not to keep yelling at it. Corey in the chat saying it was a great battle. Yeah, the Doug Main Mike Porterfield match was something else. And then Andrew in the chat saying, my people. Thank you all for tuning along, and let us know where you're watching from and who you're cheering for today, as there's going to be a bunch of exciting matches on our stream here in Niagara Falls. I do like how Denny has that like slow draw motion where he kind of brings it up very methodical like, but then after that, once he's set, it's almost exclusively just follow through there, making it for a very assertive throw.
I think Denny could use a couple more inches on his follow through. There's definitely some stop there, but he that's how he's always thrown since I've known him. So yeah, he's perfected the short stroke for his throw.
Yeah, it's definitely hard when you don't have that elongated follow through to add consistency. It leaves a lot of room for error. So to be able to do it well is a testament to how much you practice that style of throwing. Then he took a look on the 18s on his last there. With the X on the 19s, I'm not sure if I love the aggression in that given situation. You almost expect Mr. Famous here to grab the 19s. He does. But doesn't regain the point lead, so not much harm there.
Alex gonna find 4 to take a 25-point lead. Denny will look to open a new playground.
Collects on the last there. I'd say it's about the bare minimum that he needed out of a turn like that to grab those 17s. Basically lets Mike here have control. And there, I mean, Mike took his first start at the 17s, right? But you have the higher ground. I almost would have preferred if he stayed until he got that first trip out of the way. I don't know. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, probably. I could go either way on it, but yeah, I'd probably try to get the trip.
Well, you and I were talking a little bit before this match got underway when we were looking at the names and kind of talking about some of the different teams amongst ourselves. And you talked about how Denny, you said, is going to probably have the highest average on the board for this match. And game one, that was true. And right now in game number 2, it's also true. So I can see why there was some shock when he didn't qualify for the invitational shootout last go around. Because he's a great shot.
Yeah, I mean, Denny's one of those players that's probably just under a 5. I would say the 4.6 to 4.8 range. So certainly not Mike Maloney, but yeah, can compete with the best of them. So based on what I know of Denny, I would have expected him to come through that qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, the Florida crowd is pretty tough, but every region's tough nowadays. When you go around, there's not too many lax areas. I would say we have seen both ends of it. We've seen some tough fields like the Florida, Ohio, and now the New York BullShooter. You see some more relaxed fields when you talk about like the Michigan and Tennessee, just because of the lighter turnouts there. But still some lethal shots. It's so hard when you know a guy's real good, and when you're out of town or a fish out of water playing in a different area, it's a uphill battle when you're going against some top-tier talent, no matter where you go nowadays.
So to take a 2-0 lead, Cody does finish the bull. Alex will lead us out in game 3. Now in a spot of having to win 3 straight.
Yeah, we only saw one successful comeback from a 2-0 deficit, and that was in the pro finals, where Mike Porterfield took 3 off the spin from Doug Bain in the first set there. So only happened once. Every other time, it was a death sentence for everyone involved, except for the team winning, of course. That was a great carry action on his third. You can tell that second when he kind of released just a tad early and kind of had that floaty feeling to it, and he was able to snap that third one in and kind of drill it. To see a lot of you guys tuning in here. We got Jacob Schaefer, Lori Simpkins, Star Kelly, Chad Pint, Hannah Bratcher, Mark Bond, and a bunch of others tuning along in with us. So thank you guys for watching along, and make sure to give us a like and share. Let people know what you're watching today and why it's us. Super excited to see you. Good timing here from Cody.
Yeah, big 9. Really puts a stranglehold on this leg. Alex is probably going to have to fill up the 16s or 15s.
The winner of this match will play either the team of Just Smile or Gervais and Kenny. Well, Cody's 2 bowls away from taking this 3 straight in pretty convincing fashion. Put him 6 straight on the day so far. And gets it. So, alrighty. Well, Bell South, 6 straight on the day. And excited to see how that performance will continue, as I'm sure we're going to get more of them on our stream here. We're just waiting for that next available match. So let's go ahead and take a moment to hear from Captain Condor Tony Zekas, as we got a chance to have a chat with him to talk about his expectations for the weekend and what it's like being a promoter of the dart game. So, of course, DJ Sayer, Nick DeShare in the booth. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hello, everybody. I am Nick DeShare, joined by Johnny Jenkins here at the New York BullShooter here in Niagara Falls. Now, Johnny, how long have you been with Arachnid here?
Actually, this is my 18th year being with Arachnid.
Well, we're excited to be out here. And how did you get involved in something like this, right? Because you're obviously an accomplished player on your own, right? But also assistant director at Arachnid's a pretty cool title as well. How'd you get involved on the tournament side?
Well, I started from playing and stuff like that when I started playing. I started playing in 98. So I turned pro my first year and went to tournaments and I was winning and stuff like that. So I looked on the other side and putting the boards together and all this stuff like that, it just intrigued me. A guy, Steve Wiesner, a long time ago, he actually brought me to a couple of tournaments with him and I helped him set up. I played, helped him break down. So from there, I talked to Brad and I just started helping him little by little. You know what I mean?
And the rest is history then.
The rest is history.
So let me ask you this. Do you ever miss it when you're running those brackets and stuff like that? Sometimes you look at the field and sometimes you're like, man, I could beat them right now. Like, do you ever get that thought or want to get back in the mix sometimes?
Actually, no, because, and I'm not getting a big head when I say this, but when I run a tournament, I know it's going to be efficient. I know it's going to be efficient. I'd rather for them to come out, have a good time, have a good tournament, and know that we did our job to make it well. So playing does it because I have my events that I can play. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, we get to see you at TOC and the like as well. So it's always a pleasure. Now, speaking of big dart events, one of the biggest things we look forward to each year is the Arachnid BullShooter Invitational Shootouts that happens. Can you talk to us a little bit about the experience, about how that's been going and how we're going on to our 3rd year of doing it?
I'm telling you, I love that event, and I wish I could play it. I wish I could play it. But the thing of it is that just the talent is just rising so fast. A lot of people you don't think is going to make it are the ones that actually getting in there. And to see it actually being promoted on ESPN and all this stuff now, it's blowing up in North America, man.
It certainly is. And honestly, the tour itself has had a lot of changes, right? I mean, we're talking about having online brackets, using your phones and hot buttons for everything, on top of all the other changes. Would you encourage people that haven't gotten to a BullShooter a while to come and try it again and see what's new?
Oh, definitely, because this new program makes it 2 men can run this whole tournament. We need the people to help set up the boards. But once the tournament starts, with the apps coming to your phone now and all this stuff like that, they got their own thing going on versus anybody else. Like, they got so many different apps you can use, from CompuSport to this or whatever. But this is probably one of the best I've seen so far. So you don't have to sit at the board. You can literally walk around on my iPad like they do at TLC. Yeah, they do. And see everything come out.
Well, those iPad people are kind of scary looking at TLC. And I'm friends with them, but they scare me.
Well, they kind of scare you because they put a little bit more pressure on it or whatever. We try to be a little bit more laid back, okay? So, because there's too many people here, we're not on a time schedule. See what I'm saying? So, they only have 16 brackets per thing, which there should run that. But we got, like men, we have 128 men in the singles event. But I make sure to get to the board, but I'm not going to hound you. You know what I'm saying? I just make sure you're there to make it run on time.
Absolutely. Well, we're excited to see how this weekend plays out. And of course, thank you guys for tuning into our coverage of the New York Niagara Falls BullShooter here for Arachnid.
And thank you very much for being a part of the team. Big man.
I'm excited to be here.
Yes.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Captain Condor, Tony Zekas here in Niagara Falls. We're excited to be joined by you. Now, what does Captain Condor mean? Can you give us a little bit of explanation on what that nickname is?
Yeah, I started playing darts. I got introduced to Condor. Then I became their number one promoter. So now I'm the number one promoter of Condor Trinidad in North America.
And so Condor is going to be one of those all-in-one flight systems. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's an all-in-one flight system. They have a soft and also a hard one-piece set.
Now, for a fun fact, back when I actually was a pro or non-pro player, but I was actually playing in BullShooters, you actually helped me set up with all my Pittsburgh BullShooter partners a couple years ago here. Now, do you help people set up with partners a lot, or do you kind of consider yourself a promoter in that sense?
Yes, I get contact for every regional BullShooter or any other event for people trying to locate partners to play with, and I assist with them because my network of dart players since I came is nationwide. So I'm happy to be able to help players like you and other players that are looking to partner up with.
And then for those players that are looking to get into the game that maybe have never even touched it, that might watch the stream this weekend, what advice do you give somebody that wants to pick up the game of darts?
Well, practice at your local. At almost every city, every town, there's a luck of the draw. Go to the luck of the draws, join a dart league, and practice. Challenge the top players if you want to get better. And eventually, there's going to be a regional BullShooter in almost every location or drivable location to where you are to attend. And that's what's going to make you better. Playing live, playing these shots, these great shots that you meet, that's what's going to get you to the next level.
And there you go. And now you are an accomplished player in your own right. What's going to be your event you're looking most forward to this weekend?
Is meeting, seeing some old friends, meeting some new players, and hopefully making a jump to pro status, which is the hardest thing to do. But you got to keep shooting for it. If not, then why play darts, right?
Absolutely. Well, you heard it here. Tony Zekas, Captain Condor here.
One last thing I'd like to give Dominic Jacquera, one of the best guys I know. I love you. I miss you. I wish you'd come to New York or PA. I'd love to throw with you. Your son is doing a great job.
All right, Dad, you heard it. You better be out here, Dominic Jr.
The 38th Annual BullShooter World
Well, welcome back, everybody. Here, Nick DeShera, joined by I got a little bit of an upgrade in the booth. Kaja Prisbel joining.
Hi,
How are you, my friend?
I'm here, living the dream. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's been wonderful in Niagara Falls so far. The weather's been phenomenal. It's been a little chilly, but not too bad. Just saw you in Michigan, Kalamazoo, for the BullShooter over there.
Yes, you did.
How's that tour been going for you so far?
Successful, I guess. Yeah.
There you go. I mean, there's some tough fields out here and some really talented ladies. As you can see, Lori giving a hello to you in the chat.
Yes.
Just to talk to you guys real quick about what we're seeing, Beat and Cheeks versus Steve and Fuzzy. This is going to be a loser side matchup, so best of 3 here. And no one wants to start off their day 2-0, right?
No.
Now there is amenities in the area. We got the casino across the street. There's there's a rainforest cafe in this hotel. That blew my mind.
There is. It's fancy.
Fancy for sure. Now, Kaja, you played in some very tough fields with some very talented ladies and men alike. How's your weekend been going for you so far?
Well, this is the first event I could shoot in since I placed in Michigan. So I'm playing in the Pro-Am with Ryan O'Flynn.
There you go.
And we lost our first match.
And talk us through the team name. I mean, pierogies, right? I love pierogies.
It's because I'm Polish, I guess. I had someone pick that for me, so I don't know. I'm not very good at picking out team names.
There's nothing wrong with pierogies. That's fine.
Yeah, I love pierogies.
Olivia Terry. I love me some Olivia Terry. She says, hi, homie. Kaja, miss you.
Miss you too.
I love Olivia.
Me too. I will tell him.
Yeah, Dan Thomas at the line here. You can see they have the bottom of the board under control, but falling just a little bit behind in points here. Now, these guys, right, they lost their first round. They're probably not feeling super happy with where they're at in the bracket. How do you regain composure? Like, how would you regain if you had an early loss to bounce back?
Well, I have a very special talent of forgetting everything really fast. So I won't even think about the match before. And actually, I think I end up playing with the winner of this match. So just call me U of M because I'm getting in trouble for watching the teams I play.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with studying a little bit of tape here.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, this Pro-Am bracket pretty well filled with 26 teams. I was really impressed with the 86 teams in the men's doubles as well. I mean, that is an impressive turnout. I mean, it's a packed room.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the bracket yesterday. So yeah, that was outrageous.
Outrageous indeed.
But also awesome to see that many people come out.
Well, I do have good news for you, by the way.
Yeah.
So we keep score of all the commentators that have ever hopped in the booth. So far, you've already passed Will Stewart.
Yes.
So we're doing good there. But DJ's going to fight you to the tooth and nail on his title here for commentator of the day.
Oh, man. Here we go. Game on. Game on.
Oliver Smith there wasn't able to collect that single 18 on the last to get the shutdown there, giving Douglas a small opening. You can see his body language, right? Every dart he threw, he was shaking his head in between. It's hard to stay focused when you keep breaking your eye line like that and kind of having to reset yourself.
And not throwing confident because you're clearly not confident.
Yeah. I mean, that's it, right? It's about having that confidence and that moxie.
It really is.
You know, I was never a good player, but I strutted like I was. Everyone saw me walking around my blue or pink hair or whatever color it was that week. And
yes, that is half the battle for sure.
Well, it's 80% mental in darts. Yeah, Dan there just getting those 16s closed, but wasn't able to close that point gap. So Oliver kind of gets to keep dictating the game here. Now, with you being familiar being on the other side of things, right? You're familiar with being on the player's perspective. How does it feel to kind of sit in the booth and kind of get this like eagle eye point of view?
I mean, it's just different. That's really all it is. And this room is cool, and I'm just gonna bask in the glory of it.
We do have some balloon animals back there that they got from Rainforest Cafe last night.
Yes.
So it is a pretty cool room. We got some aesthetics going on here.
And where are the snacks?
There's no snacks for you.
Oh, this is rude.
I'm sorry.
I'm quitting. I'm leaving.
I hired myself and now I'm firing
Right.
myself.
Yeah, I'm out. Good close, Dan Thomas. Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, beating Cheeks kind of rallying here in the latter half of this leg.
Beating Cheeks.
There's some good team names. I mean, I've been seeing everybody, and you can see the always creative dart puns, but a couple of new ones as well. I like it.
Yeah, wax on, wax off. I like that.
Numero uno, Bat Shark. There's a couple. Oreo is probably
That's
my
cute.
favorite.
Yep, I like Oreos.
I prefer the golden Oreos.
What?
Yeah.
Get off this stream.
All right. Well, so guys, Kaja and DJ for the rest of the day here.
Yep.
Dan Thomas needs 2 bowls to bring it up to a 1-0 advantage to get things going here in this losers aside match. Coming up next, we'll continue on the winners side as well, and we're keeping an eye on that women's doubles combo in the men's doubles cricket as well here.
Oh, and he takes it. Nice double bowl for dart.
You know what I'm learning sitting next to you here?
What?
Is that you have more fans than I do, which isn't that surprising. But
No.
also, come on, guys.
That's why I'm famous. No, your hair is making you famous.
My hair?
Yep.
It makes me recognizable, infamous, maybe.
Yes,
More
that is
so.
definitely what caught my eye yesterday when I first got here. So.
Yeah, if you guys are curious, it's the Ion Tanzanite semi-permanent, guys. Go ahead and go to your local Sally's.
Yes. I wish I could pull it off. Mine would have to be a dark red or something.
I can see that.
Hi, Crystal. Yeah.
That was about bare minimum there for Tan. Does Dan?
Tan.
Yeah, for Tan. Dan does get the close there, but you expect Oliver to go ahead and just pop that 20 and now move right along in the game. And a big collect on the last there for Smith.
Huge.
Huge.
Huge dart. See, he's throwing better already. Except for that shake of the head.
Yeah, it's just that's the body language of it all, right? If I'm the opponent and I see someone
Yeah.
shaking their head and something like that, it does make me
Yeah.
at least feel better. It
Pumps
makes
me
me
up.
feel like I rattled
Yeah,
them.
it pumps me up for sure. I try to tell my partners, like, don't react after you have a bad dart, a bad turn. Don't stomp your feet. Don't throw a temper tantrum because you're pumping up the other team.
Exactly, and it's also in pairs, right? In doubles, you want to make sure your partner feels as comfortable as possible.
Yes,
You
that
don't
too.
want to accidentally rattle them by something you're doing.
Yes, good point. Good point.
Now, do you typically play with the same people? Do you try to mix up your partners fairly often here?
Yes and no. I travel a lot, so if I can get the same partners, I prefer to shoot with the same partners, but not everyone likes to travel as much, so I'll switch it up.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Lori does say it best: comfort and confidence.
Yes, absolutely comfort and confidence. I do try to make my partners comfortable. See, the scratching of the heads, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't love to see that there. And I will see right now. I mean, you see Steve and Fuzzy out ahead here, but not by too much. So they need to kind of expand that lead here. Chad asking, are you going to Winter
I
Slam?
would go 19s for sure. Yes, I am. Going to Winter Slam.
The second dart got away from him. You can kind of see he's having a laugh about it.
So
Triple
what
10.
do you do? Stay at 17 or go 19?
You have to go 19 here.
Or go 3.
Yeah, 3 was the other option.
That's totally what I do.
Well, see, he started at 17. I don't have a problem necessarily stealing that with the dash on it. The problem is that second dart got so far away. Trip 10 was nowhere near the right ballpark.
Yeah,
So,
I definitely would go into 19s.
yeah, at the end of the day, when you have the higher ground, there's nothing wrong with just expanding that lead and having someone chase behind you, forcing errors and causing mistakes.
You know what they say, you never lose with more points.
They do say that.
Everyone says it.
The people have been, they're actually big fans of telling us that all the time, too.
Uh-huh.
Death, taxes, and making sure you can't lose if you have more points. That's the 3 certainties in American darts.
Love it.
That was a huge round there from Douglas,
Yeah.
collecting 7.
Yep. No head shaking, no head scratching.
and it was like two different players, right?
Yeah. The confidence.
And there is a sense of irony with the Stay Positive T-shirt he's wearing as well.
That's a good call. Didn't even notice.
So Dan, interesting opportunity here. Down 15 points here, so single 16 would get the lead. I think on the third dart here needs to take a little bit of a stab, or on the second. He does stay, doesn't collect.
I would not have done that.
Yeah, you only take one.
Take one for sure.
You take one, try to steal it.
Yep.
But now you're giving Oliver a chance to just pound fully on the points here, and not really setting up your partner for an easy shot.
Mm-hmm.
So 75 points now is the difference. Gonna need a 6 mark before he can move. Might close from behind. No, he stays.
Nice. I would have done so. That was too big of a point gap to close, I think, personally.
Yeah, I mean it's a very risky shot. It's forcing your opponent to say, hey, can you hit a 6 mark here? Can you close the 16s and 15s in the same turn? If you can, you lose. But if they can't, you win. In that situation there, though, Steve just goes ahead and shuts down the 16 on the last, hitting the dagger dart here and putting pressure on Dan to load up these 15s. That was pure frustration, is what that was.
Darts right there.
That was frustration. I don't mind him on the last start just shooting that 19 because he wasn't finding the 15s.
But at least give it a actual
try. Yeah, you have to, if you're going to do it, commit to it, not just because you're frustrated at it.
Don't throw your temper tantrum.
So Douglas here, pretty much well outside in this leg at this point, so it's set to pretty much go one apiece into a tie-breaking leg here. Now, Beaten Cheeks did lose 3-0 to Bell South, which we watched play against He's the Pro in that second round matchup there. And Steve and Fuzzy, on the other hand, did lose out. I believe they lost out to some other team, as I couldn't find where it was there for a second. So insightful commentary from Nick DeShera, as always. They did lose out to the team of MAP 3 straight after having a first round bye. Pretty simple name.
I like it.
Maybe they like pull out like an actual map to try to find the bulls when they can't find them.
I need to borrow the map.
I need the map. Actually, I need a nap. That's what
I
that's
always
what.
need a nap.
I'll have to do my Steve Hilger impression later here.
Yes, now you're talking my language.
Naps and snacks. Learning the way to your heart at the moment.
So through my stomach. For sure. With a pillow.
Steve here is going to just go ahead and go right at these bulls. Just needs to collect one. Having a little bit of trouble doing so, but does get on the last there. So one apiece. One apiece. I will say, right now, I don't think there's a clear favorite into this last leg. Both these teams look fairly even in my book.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Guys, we do want to thank each and every one of you for tuning along with us here. Of course, if you guys get confused, that is not the voice of DJ Sayer.
I could be similar, but no. We're not.
We do have Kaja sitting in here for a game, calling along. Give us a like, give us a follow, and let us know where you're tuning in from, as we have plenty of great coverage for the rest of the day for our Pro-Am, our non-pro, and our women's doubles combo that we're going to be covering today here. Excited to see it, as we had a beautiful 7.5 hours of coverage last night. Expecting a forecast of much more great darts today as well, with a slight wind chill.
And a breeze coming out of the southeast.
Yeah, at about 12 knots.
Oh, silliness.
Well, the beginning here will set the pace for the rest of the match here.
Absolutely. Triple. Oh, I lied.
It's okay. You weren't the first woman to lie to me.
Oh,
you won't
right,
be the last.
for sure. Not bad.
Dan's going to try to just answer right back if he can.
Hopefully with a triple. God, I'm a horrible person.
It's called commentator's curse. So it's something
It
we
is,
actually.
yeah, I've heard of
when you go to commentator school, it's right next to the clown college. When you go there, they say, "Hey, be careful. You have powers that are unknown."
Yes. Oh, I'm a neighbor too.
Yeah, Oliver not collecting there. Douglas needs to punish this, and
Oh,
does do
got him.
so. Yeah.
I didn't say it. Didn't even say it.
See, when we don't say it, that's
Third
what
triple.
happens, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, needed 4 there. That was an impressive shot because now it forces a 5 mark from Steve. 4 20s to get the point lead, and then a single 19 for the close. Good marker dart for him.
Oh, jumped out of his hand.
I still think maybe taking the shot. It depends on how much that he feels like he's blocked or not on that 20, because that's kind of hanging a little bit for him.
I'd go up.
Yeah, it does sneak in a single there. And Dan, on the other hand, free reign to load up as many 19s as he can, especially with the X on it. You can see how
Those
frustrated he
pesky
was.
neighbors. Those pesky neighbors.
Yeah.
They're my best friends.
The neighbors?
Yep.
My neighbors don't even know my name. That's just actually true. I tried to talk to them once, and then they actually handed me mangoes from their mango tree, and then they just didn't say anything else, and I just walked away. They were really good mangoes, though.
Maybe if I give him these mangoes, he'll leave us.
It worked. Had the best smoothie ever later.
Oh,
It was
that
awesome.
sounds fantastic.
Mark Bond chat saying, first match for Mike Porterfield this morning. Shoots a 5.8, 5.22, and a 6.0. So, yeah, super exciting, as Porterfield did complete the double dip last night over Doug No Name Bain.
Is that how you say his last name?
Doug Bain? Yeah. I know because my first time doing an in-person tournament, Doug tuned into the chat, and I read his name and completely butchered it, and he's never let it go since.
Okay, well, you got mine right on the first try.
Well, that's
So, yeah.
because Will Stewart told me how to pronounce your name.
Prisballet.
That is how he says it.
Yeah.
He has that Wichita twang to the whole thing, too.
He just loves adding that E on there. Because I don't have any vowels.
Well, he didn't know how to read till he was 13, so just know that.
Well, Stuart, I hope you're listening to it. I know he's out at Seacoast. Right.
He's over there pretending to work.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, back to the match.
Back to the action. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go. Oh. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Kaj has now discovered the soundboard.
Yes.
It is game over from here.
Can't wait. It's because I just remembered that we were playing with it earlier.
Well, Steve, that was a great 7 mark there, averaging in the 4s now and really heating up to the best visibility and pretty much putting beaten cheeks in dire straits.
I'm ready. I'm cocked and ready for this next button.
Oh no!
Oh yeah.
Oh no!
Yep, you just wait.
I'm waiting.
gonna be awesome.
Am I supposed to say something witty first or
No.
something? Okay.
Maybe. I'm not ready. I don't feel right. Oh wait. Okay.
Oh, there we go, and the fans go crazy there as Oliver Smith takes it there for 3 bulls and takes it 2-1, knocking out Beat in Cheeks there. And, well, now you're going to be up in the action here. You're about to get a match in just a moment. So excited to see what you have in store for us. And maybe we'll get you on the stream on the other end of things on the board here soon.
I hope not. I'm just kidding. I'm ready. I'm pumped up. First time playing Pro-Am, so I'm in. I'm good.
Well, that's Kaja Priswell that joined me alongside there. Excited to see what she has in store for us on the Aki throughout the rest of the weekend.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a pleasure. I'm Nick Teixeira in the booth and DJ Sayer in the background as well. We'll be back into the action in just a moment here. Don't go far, folks. Be back in just a second. here we go, guys. Nick DeShera, DJ Sayer in the booth as we are continuing our coverage of the winner's side on the Pro-Am cricket bracket here in Niagara Falls, New York. We got Awesome Again versus Disappointed here in a third-round matchup. Excited to see how this one plays up with Joe Hedrick to start us off first. DJ, you excited for this one?
Yeah, we got 4 Ohio boys battling out here in New York. It's an Ohio invasion.
It certainly seems. A lot of Ohio and a lot of Pennsylvania have just been making the trek over here. I think getting some extra shots in because everybody wants to try to have that hot hand weekend to get into the invitational shootout. So if you're in this region, these bull shooters are getting extra competitive lately. Travis Brewster did have a solid run, losing out in, I believe, the third place match last night. After beating out Gino, did end up losing out there to Porterfield. So had a good run at it in the singles bracket. It's going to be our first look at Sam here on the live stream for Team Disappointed. Team Disappointed consisting of Travis Brewster and Sam Vanderpool. And Awesome Again, Joe Hedrick and David Feldpush.
Yeah, gotta admit, I'm a little surprised to see Feldpush and Joe playing together, only because I am shocked that Feldpush isn't on the pro list anymore.
It's crazy to see some of these people that have fallen off and are now getting back into the mix.
Well, I mean, Feldpush honestly has never been out of the dart community. I mean, he owner operator of Dart Guys, so he's still at tournaments very consistently, just more in the sales end of things. But I just assumed he's played enough that he would still be on the pro list, but apparently not the case.
Yeah, I can attest. I'm at tournaments all the time. Does not make you consistent by default if you look at my performance. But obviously, he is a well more accomplished player than I. So I, of course, kid around here. Awesome Again in pretty firm control. I've kind of been dictating the direction of this whole match. Still leaving the Disappointed team a shot, but nothing other than perfection required here. David Gott saying, have a good stream. I'm off to shoot darts up in the sticks. So, David Gott, thank you for tuning in. And thank you to each and every one of you, for tuning in with us, as it's been such a pleasure to be providing coverage of this BullShooter and the rest of the regional tour as well. Wouldn't be possible without you guys tuning in online, giving us your love, support, insights, comments, and everything else along.
So the only thing Sam could do here is put in 6 bulls to take the point lead. That's not going to happen. So Joe will only need 1 bull, averaging a 6-0 in this game, to polish off leg number 1.
Leg number 1 in favor of Awesome again. I do think if we're going to continue this trend in the rest of the tour of having team names, that they need to at least write a little descriptor for us of why they're awesome again or why they're disappointed.
I disagree. I think team names just need to go away altogether.
Oh, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Team names should not exist. But if they are going to exist, I think that they should have to write us 1 paragraph explaining their logic behind the team name. Well, we put our name as 1 hole out because...
I feel like that one's pretty self-explanatory. But yeah, I've been arguing against team names for quite the time.
Yeah, I don't mind as much in triples or in 4-man formats, but in doubles, there's no need for team names here. No excuse on that one. Nine there for Sam. Sam played real steady in that last one, was averaging in that 5-6 range right before that last go at the Bulls. So, really solid performance. And all of these guys, the lowest man only being a 4-0. So, the standard has increased and will continue to increase as we see this bracket continue to develop here.
Well, it's looking like we're going to be tied up at 1 apiece because Travis and Sam running away with this one. Joe not at that blistering 6-0 pace this time.
Sam can wrap it up here if he so desires. Has played perfect so far. Continues with the streak. Double, single. Or single, double. Does it backwards. Oh, doesn't connect, but great shot there from Sam. Travis doesn't quite collect there. So back over to Joe. Not really able, even with a 6-bull round here, not able to carve out too many opportunities. But more than likely, if he did hit double-double, try to close the number out to leave an outside chance at a shot here. But pretty much a moot point. Disappointed set to take this 1 apiece. Carlos does bring up a good point, chat. You notice how many darts Joe has? It looks like he has 2 whole sets. DJ, can you explain why players do that, or the mentality behind it? Because I've never quite understood that one for myself.
That's a Joe thing. Like, I can't explain that. It's yeah. I understand players that hold a 4th dart. With the logic there just being they have a tendency to feel different on their last start because they don't have anything in the hold hand. But Joe carries a briefcase of darts. Like he'll have 30 sets on him. It's pretty ridiculous.
I guess better to be over prepared than under, depending.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to keep track of all that.
But yeah, he always has 2 sets.
Well, they're all identical. It shouldn't make too much of a difference. I'm the opposite. I like to travel light so I don't worry about losing equipment because that's more of my bigger concern than all that. Well, things getting a little scrappy here. Some finish line anxiety for disappointed, it seems. Big shot there from Joe. Needs to add a couple more points on the board now. Yeah, that's a perfect shot.
I'd basically written this leg off, but Joe and Dave getting back into it.
And that was smart from Joe. He got to close him on the numbers and then hits 4 bowls there, basically saying, hey, if you don't score 60-plus points here, you're going to be in trouble because we're going to have a game shot. Sam looks like he is going to shut down, though, averaging a 6-0. And doesn't collect the last bowl, though. Not over yet. Regains the point lead there, hits 3. So 34-point difference now. 2 18s in a single bowl is now the shot. There we go. They're done messing around with it. That was getting a little scary there for Team Disappointed, which would have been disappointed if they lost that leg, but now it's 1 apiece. Hedrick starts with 7. Brewster answers right back there.
Joe electing to take the 17s here. Interesting shot choice there. I'm okay if you want to take an extra number, but why put yourself in a position to go 2 down with the number? Because if they walk up and take away the 20s by some point, then you're going to be stuck with the 17s.
Or in this case, at worst case scenario, they just had a 9 mark right behind you and you lose both.
Well, yeah, that was definitely a better shot than what I had envisioned.
Yeah, and a complete momentum swing after that big hit because now Sam can just go up here. Who's probably been the most consistent player in the match thus far. opportunity to just grab these 18s, get a second number up, and continue on with the point lead. Yeah, excellent shot there from Sam. Big collect on Joe as well. I mean, trying to get his team back into it, but that was a huge momentum swing. And if Travis keeps the hot hand here, they're going to be set to break throw and go up 2-1.
Yeah, Travis polishing this one off.
Here we go. One bull needed. Disappointed to do anything but.
So Joe and Dave going to have to win this one and force a decider. This is to go to the semifinal of the winner's bracket.
That is correct. Our other match, I was looking at the wrong bracket. In the women's right now, Let's Try This and AIC ladies are currently sitting in their semi-match, waiting on some other ones to go. So just a little update on the ladies bracket. We are keeping our eye on it in the background here. We didn't forget about the girls. In fact, we even brought one of the men to chit-chat with us. Men's doubles cricket bracket also moving along. With how big that bracket is, it is moving fairly fast, all things considered. Yeah, Mike Double Maloney saying it exactly as it is, as we were saying earlier, DJ. For viewing purposes, I despise nicknames, and for bracket purposes. Yeah, not a big fan of nicknames. Again, 3-man, 4-man, that's different because it is an actual team at that point. But in pairs and singles, there's just no reason. Especially like in singles, putting the nickname in. If you have a known nickname, it should be known by just seeing your name. You don't even need to spell it out. Mike, since you're in the chat, how's the partner hunt going for you? I've been following along with that in Smash Charts, curiously watching to see which one you decide to go to there. And just to clarify, not that I have a problem with players having nicknames. It's just them being on the board as the official registration name. I understand that one, Mike. Good luck getting the permission slip signed. That principal is ruthless over there.
Some good shot there from Dave to put he and Joe up. So Sam gonna have to score on the 18s. He's gonna find the first two. Does he look at the 20? Yes, but misses.
Awesome again with a 110-point advantage now. Disappointed now will need to find at least 7. Almost does so. Well thrown dart, but only 5 there, all hugging the wire on one side or the other.
Oh, and Sam with the slack visit, only 2 marks.
Joe's going to be keen to punish that one. Gets the close immediately. Can keep moving along now instead of having to go back upstairs. Yeah, this is a good turn here. Taking full advantage. Hedrick does collect. So here we go, Stone Cold. Capitalizing on the 16s being open there with just a dash. Ooh, but he drags that last dart down, so not able to quite shut that door yet, leaving it a slight crack in it. Garrett saying Gordon is sleeping. He had a long night. It was a long night, but with the new little one and on top of the fact that it's his birthday, well-deserved day off, if you ask me.
But yes, he and I have already kind of decided that when you were in attendance, we will be sharing Friday to Saturday. That way nobody has to do the Friday night into the Saturday morning.
Yeah, nobody at all.
I said when you were in attendance.
I know. I actually don't mind it too much. It was a lot worse last week in Wisconsin for me, where I finished the stream and had less than 4 hours before the morning session started. So.
Yeah, but you're like 15 years younger than us, so you can handle it.
Yeah, and you're 15 years better looking. What do you want me to say?
How can you be better looking in years? But I'll take it.
When you don't think about it, it sounds better. As Gordon kept saying, every time I said something that didn't make sense, he said, I'm just going to let it simmer. And you just let it process.
I will admit, he and I discussed that you say stuff we don't agree with, and then it feels like we're just being combative.
Well, it's different perspective, and that's honestly preferable. If it's an echo chamber of the same thoughts, the strategy for the game doesn't develop and the dialect doesn't change. So I personally have no issues with that. You guys can be wrong all you want together.
See, that's the issue. I don't like being part of a commentary crew that is wrong. So when you say something that is wrong, I feel I have to correct you.
Hey, listen, you're not wrong. You're okay. That time you're not wrong. So I definitely think it's been a fun learning experience as all of us working together, trying to figure out the different flows, cadences, and ideologies behind the game as well.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, Gordon and I have been doing it for so long, and even before we started doing commentary, we're a couple of dart nerds. We definitely like to talk strategy and whatnot. So Yeah, you've been a welcome addition for sure, because I know the two of us kind of have similar train of thought as we see Travis put in 3 bulls to win this match 3-1. But yeah, Gordon and I seem to echo the same train of thought on most things. So yeah, the fresh perspective is kind of nice.
Yeah, and that's also just the fact of, like, I bounce around a lot, so different circuits do also have different strategies because of the group of players in it. So one of those interesting things to see. Just to give an update here, the other semifinal match is still wells away from starting, so we're going to be going back with the Team Disappointed here as they're going to take on the Bell South in just a moment. So let's take a moment here, run some ads, hear from the different players that we've had a chance to talk to out here, and we'll be back in just a moment. DJ Sayer, Nick Teixeira in the booth for this one. Be back in just a moment, guys.
38th Annual BullShooter World Tour is set to begin September 8th. The tour will be your opportunity to qualify for an invitation to the 3rd Annual BullShooter Invitational Shootout 2024. To qualify for an invitation at the regionals, win first place in the Pro Cricket Singles, Pro 501 Doubles, or the Women's Combo Singles. The European BullShooter will award 2 invites. The finals in Chicago on Saturday, the 501 Doubles, place first or second in the Pro AA, Pro, Women's AA, and Women's A levels, or Monday's 501 singles, the Pro and the Pro AA levels. And of course, our top 2 finishers from our 2nd Annual BullShooter Invitational Shootout 2023 will receive their invitations. We're looking forward to seeing everyone out on the tour.
Everybody, I am Nick Teixeira, joined by Johnny Jenkins here at the New York BullShooter here in Niagara Falls. Now, Johnny, how long have you been with Arachnid here?
Actually, this is my 18th year being with Arachnid.
Well, we're excited to be out here. And how did you get involved in something like this, right? Because you're obviously an accomplished player on your own right, but also assistant director at Arachnid's a pretty cool title as well. How'd you get involved on the tournament side?
Well, I started from playing and stuff like that. When I started playing in 98. So I turned pro my first year and went to tournaments, and I was winning and stuff like that. So I looked on the other side and putting the boards together and all this stuff like that. It just intrigued me. A guy, Steve Wiesner, a long time ago, he actually brought me to a couple of tournaments with him, and I helped him set up. I played, helped him break down. So from there, I talked to Brad, and I just started helping him little by little. You know what I mean?
And the rest is history then.
The rest is history.
So let me ask you this. Do you ever miss it when you're running those brackets and stuff like that? Sometimes you look at the field, and sometimes you're like, man, I could beat them right now. Like, do you ever get that thought or want to get back in the mix sometimes?
Actually, no, because, and I'm not getting a big head when I say this, but when I run a tournament, I know it's going to be efficient. I know it's going to be efficient. I'd rather for them to come out, have a good time, have a good tournament, and know that we did our job to make it well. So playing does it because I have my events that I can play. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, we get to see you at TOC and the like as well. So it's always a pleasure. Now, speaking of big dart events, one of the biggest things we look forward to each year is the Arachnid BullShooter Invitational Shootouts that happens. Can you talk to us a little bit about the experience, about how that's been going and how we're going on to our 3rd year of doing it?
I'm telling you, I love that event, and I wish I could play it. But the thing of it is that just the talent is just rising so fast. A lot of people you don't think is going to make it are the ones that are actually getting in there, and to see it actually being promoted on ESPN and all this stuff now, it's blowing up in North America, man.
It certainly is. And honestly, the tour itself has had a lot of changes, right? I mean, we're talking about having online brackets, using your phones and hot buttons for everything, on top of all the other changes. Would you encourage people that haven't gotten to a BullShooter in a while to come and try it again and see what's new?
Oh, definitely, because this new program makes it 2 men can run this whole tournament. We need the people to help set up the boards. But once the tournament starts, with the apps coming to your phone now and all this stuff like that, they got their own thing going on versus anybody else. Like, they got so many different apps you can use from CompuSport to this or whatever. But this is probably one of the best I've seen so far. So you don't have to sit at the board. You can literally walk around on my iPad like they do at TLC and see everything come out.
Well, those iPad people are kind of scary looking at TOC, and I'm friends with them, but they scare me.
Well, they kind of scare you because they put a little bit more pressure on it or whatever. We try to be a little bit more laid back, okay? So, because there's too many people here, we're not on a time schedule. See what I'm saying? So, they only have 16 brackets for a thing, which there should run that bad. But we got, like men, we have 128 men in the singles event. But I make sure to get to the board, but I'm not going to hound you. You know what I'm saying? I just make sure you're there to make it run on time.
Absolutely. Well, we're excited to see how this weekend plays out. And, of course, thank you guys for tuning into our coverage of the New York Niagara Falls BullShooter here for Arachnid.
And thank you very much for being a part of the team.
I'm excited to be here.
Yes.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Captain Condor, Tony Zekas here in Niagara Falls. We're excited to be joined by you. Now, what does Captain Condor mean? Can you give us a little bit of explanation on what that nickname is?
Yeah, I started playing darts. I got introduced to Condor. Then I became their #1 promoter. So now I'm the #1 promoter of Condor Trinidad in North America.
And so Condor is going to be one of those all-in-one flight systems. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's an all-in-one flight system. They have a soft and also a hard one-piece set.
Now, for a fun fact, back when I actually was a pro or non-pro player, but I was actually playing in BullShooters, you actually helped me set up with all my Pittsburgh BullShooter partners a couple years ago here. Now, do you help people set up with partners a lot, or do you kind of consider yourself a promoter in that sense?
Yes, I get contact for every regional BullShooter or any other event for people trying to locate partners to play with, and I assist with them because my network of dart players since I've came is nationwide. So I'm happy to be able to help players like you and other players that are looking to partner up with.
And then for those players that are looking to get into the game that maybe have never even touched it, that might watch the stream this weekend, what advice do you give somebody that wants to pick up the game of darts?
Well, practice at your local. At almost every city, every town, there's a luck of the draw. Go to the luck of the draws, join a dart league, and practice. Challenge the top players if you want to get better. And eventually, there's going to be a regional BullShooter in almost every location or drivable location to where you are to attend. And that's just going to make you better. Playing live, playing these shots, these great shots that you meet, that's what's going to get you to the next level.
And there you go. And now you are an accomplished player in your own right. What's going to be your event you're looking most forward to this weekend?
Is meeting, seeing some old friends, meeting some new players, and hopefully making a jump to pro status, which is the hardest thing to do. But you got to keep shooting for it. If not, then why play darts, right?
Absolutely. Well, you heard it here. Tony Zekas, Captain Condor here.
One last thing I'd like to give Dominic Chikara, one of the best guys I know. I love you. I miss you. I wish you'd come to New York or PA. I'd love to throw with you. Your son is doing a great job.
All right, Dad, you heard it. You better be out here, Dominic.
Alrighty, well, back and better than ever as I almost switched on correctly there. We are ready to go. Disappointed versus Bell South going at you here. Of course, Nick Teixeira and DJ Sayer in the booth. What do you say about this one?
Did you just use a pun on my name?
Absolutely.
Like, I wasn't sure if you said Sayer or if you just said say, and there was kind of an sound that came out of your face. But
I thought that was pretty clever, all things considered.
Yeah.
Tough crowd.
Actually, I had a pretty hilarious one last night, but we'll get into it. Yeah, so I mean, more of the Ohio invasion. So, 4 Ohio guys here going at it once again. Which I guess we've already seen both these teams, but.
Oh, for sure. But you are right. It is an Ohio invasion. And I think on a national scale, I mean, people talk about these big dart states being like South Dakota, Wisconsin, and the like of that. I feel like people don't give Ohio enough credit for the level of talent of what it has in its start field.
Who's not giving Ohio credit? Because they're clueless if they don't think that Ohio, if not number one, is worst case top 3.
I wouldn't disagree with you. I think it's also just that it is different circuits, right? But if I would have to, I wouldn't put a particular order. If I had to put top 3 dart states right now, I would put Wisconsin somewhere in that mix. I would say Ohio is right on that 3rd, 4th cusp for me. I think for the ladies' town alone, I would put Florida in the mix, but that is also my personal bias. And then my sleeper would be South Dakota as well, just because of the pure population that they've built in for their dart scene.
Yeah, the only thing I agree with that you just said is ladies' talent in Florida.
Well, at least we agree on something.
Yeah, you can't debate the ladies' talent in Florida. I mean, that is a definite. But yeah, we get into these state battles all the time, and like the sheer numbers of top players that we have in Ohio is. And it's even fallen off a bit. I mean, you look 4 or 5 years ago, it was even higher.
Oh, absolutely. And also, to be fair, you were one of the poster boys for the top level Ohio darts, right? I mean, like when people said pro Ohio darts, your name came up in the heads first.
Sure. I think I carried the highest ranking, at least in the CDC, for a while. But yeah, I mean, when you talk about legends of the game with Larry, and then we had obviously Timmy at the time, Nick was doing things, Gordon, obviously former number 1 in ADO. Like you start rattling off the names, and then you look at guys like this. That I mean, Denny has been around for 15 years. Like he's unknown, so like every state wants to talk about their unknowns, but yeah, I didn't want this to be a like Ohio's the greatest conversation, but it is.
Well, to be fair, I'm from Ohio, so I'm not like offended when you say that. I might live in Florida, and I do love the Florida dart scene, but I'm still a Buckeye at heart.
Gotcha.
Plus, like,
well, Florida's just a mix of old people from other states, anyways.
That is true. It is actually the armpit of America. It's expensive and hot, and Mickey Mouse just takes all of our money. So that is that. But we do have Chrissy Grimmel and Paula Murphy, so that's pretty cool.
And Kelly and Tyler and Kaylee and all of the others.
Oh, for sure. Kelly definitely has been out of the mix a little bit more, and Tyler did just have a baby, so they are kind of taking a little bit of a reprieve there. Mark Mears still fighting along on the circuit, though, for the Mears family dynasty.
Yeah, but still.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Isn't Shay originally from Florida as well?
I think so.
I know she lived there for a while. I mean, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, certainly crazy to see. Let's just say mixed doubles events and mixed triples events out in Florida are incredibly hard if you don't get one of the top 10.
Oh, and I left off Murph. Like, how do I leave
Yeah.
her
Oh,
out?
we
Like,
love Murph, the prom queen of darts.
Yeah, my bad on that. Like, there's just so many. I'll leave out another 10, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, Nick Teixeira would be another top female talent.
He tries to be. but I don't know that he's actually towards the top.
Not on that list, absolutely. I have played plenty of tournaments with Chrissy and Murph.
So you got carried. Got
Yes.
it.
I played with all those ladies you mentioned. The only ones I haven't played with personally is Paula, and that's because she prefers to play with my dad.
I mean, who can blame her?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I have not played with very many of the Florida ladies. I've played against them quite a few times. I mean, I play with Tyler and Paula, but that is about the extent of it. I don't think I've ever played with any of the others.
Tyler's the one I played against the most because her and I are around the same age, so we played in a lot of the same youth steel leagues when we were playing adult youth back in the day. She would win.
She was beating you a lot.
I'm not going to argue that. Yeah, she absolutely was beating. She could beat me left-handed. She's an ambidextrous player. It's crazy. Sam here might be able to take this one from behind.
A little bit of a hucklebuck. 3 bulls.
Oh, needs it.
Needs a double. Not going to happen. So Cody for 2. Cody averaging a 5.8 in this leg.
Yeah, from my understanding, talking with Cody and Denny there is before the match got going. Oh, whoa. I'm going to take back what I was just about to say. I was going to say that they played near perfect in the match coming up because they were talking about how great it was and how much they were feeling it. But does not translate there is we're having some finish line anxiety. And Travis Brewster does take advantage. Team disappointed. Barely holds the throw there. So Denny, to start us off here, and what I do respect a lot there, DJ, is that Denny, when Cody went up there and wasn't able to capitalize on getting that bull and kind of gave that leg away, Denny's the one that says, "Hey, that was my bad because I had the hattie for it in the first place." I'm just taking ownership, whether it's whose fault or not, does not matter. It just shows that he's trying to lift up his teammate despite the circumstance.
Yeah, I think that's a natural response. At least amongst gentlemen. Like, in almost every dart match I've ever played, I feel like both players know who was at fault or why they lost, stuff like that. But yeah, it doesn't, like, there's no reason to be mad or like blame. I get so, I don't know, just disgusted when I hear people like, "Oh, my partner like flatlined and then did this," and like, bro, did you throw perfect? No? Okay.
You're certainly right. If you didn't, unless you didn't miss a single dart, you can never, ever blame your partner unless they just simply walked away and stopped playing the game altogether. I never understood that mentality. And for the most part, you notice the teams that are the most successful are the ones that don't ever have controversies like that.
Well, and it's a large part of why I prefer consistency in partners as well. I don't know how some of the players just bounce around from partner to partner, and then like it's nothing. I've played with the same 3 to 5 people for pretty much my entire 20 years of playing darts.
Absolutely. And you notice there's a difference between the teams that are stat sheet pairings versus teams that have natural chemistry. We saw it with Leonard Gates and Mike Maloney teaming up together and then getting beat up by a father-son duo of Rick and Tyler Hensey. That's chemistry versus stat sheet.
I don't know that those two things equal each other. I agree with Mike and Leonard just being a stat sheet partnership. But I think Tyler and Rick earned that title. I don't know that was based on chemistry. I think they threw the darts needed to be thrown. I didn't want that to be an asterisk for, they won just because they're familiar.
Oh, certainly. I would not try to take anything away from what that match was. And I even joked about it with Rick when I saw him this last weekend. I was like, where's Tyler at? I thought he was going to carry you again. And Rick said, actually, the boy's got work. So he was pretty happy to say that he's going out there and getting a paycheck the other way. I was kind of blocking himself on that first. Wasn't able to get around that flight. Sam's going to have to stay on those 19s, needed 83, so was looking for at least a 5 before moving on. Not able to re-secure that point lead and putting those 19s in risk of being grabbed by Garn.
Well, it's like nothing like the last one. All 4 players falling off in this one.
And not to the same standard of which we would expect at this point. And come one, come all, they're all kind of struggling at the moment. We'll see who snaps out of it first and who else wakes up alongside. The other semifinal match is locked in and on hold for us. Shoot to Thrill will be taking on Give 'em One after this. He deciding how to use his last dart most effectively. Decided not to go for the dagger dart, instead tried to play it safe, but not able to lay up that big trip 17 there that he was going for. Jax, I believe Tyler Hensey's best known stats somewhere around that 4-6 range and 35, 37 range, somewhere in that mix, give or take. Ooh, tough there. Needs at least 4 bulls, right? With the 80-point difference. Was it in the double? Yeah, looks like it might be. So good dart there. Needs at least 4. Does find 4.
Cody should load up the 18s here. Stay there. Well, only did enough to take a 52-point lead. No 3-dart finish for Sam, but
Oh, well, it was such
we
a
lost our signal.
good shot that knocked out the single here. So, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna have to get that fixed up real quick. Put on some music in the background for just a moment. We'll be back with commentary in just a second here. Well, we are back and better than ever. Sorry about the technical difficulties there, folks. We had to get everything dialed in, tuned up, and the board changed out. But now we're back and better than ever for this one. As this is going to be our other semifinal match, Shoot the Thrill versus Give 'em One. Going at you on the dartboard, Nick Teixeira and DJ Sayer in the booth. Just to give everybody a little context on the teams, Give 'em One consists of Doug Bain and Brian McConnell, or also known as BMAC. And then on the other end, Shoot the Thrill, Mike Porterfield and Lawrence Anderson. We did get to see Mike Porterfield and Doug Bain duke it out in the King Seat and in the finals last night for the pro singles. And what was, I'm going to be honest, an impressive show of stamina and due diligence from these players as they played high fives into the sixes even for a majority of the games. Going in at 2 to 3 in the morning was a feat that most players would struggle to do just because of how hard it is to stay focused and that in tune for so long. Massive shot there from BMAC. Hitting the 7 and the big single close on the last, putting the pressure on Porterfield to perform. He might rise to the occasion here.
Seven mark does take the lead.
Allie in the chat making a great point. Look at the chair. That guy just pulled over a lazy boy chair out of nowhere in the background. I didn't even see that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty sad when guys at the tournament have better seating than I do in my house. Like,
Absolutely.
I'm sitting in a computer chair. This dude's got a full-on lazy boy.
Well, they know if they gave us lazy boys, you and I might just accidentally snooze in between breaks there, get too comfortable. Allie, we know. We know.
What do we know?
She said, I slept on a few of those chairs in hallways at BullShooters. Just giving her a hard time there. Of course, you guys want to chat along with us, feel free to join in on that Facebook chat there. Do also have the YouTube chat open in the background, but the Facebook is where it gets lively, it seems.
Mike doing his best to keep his team in this. His partner struggling in this leg. But he's not being punished by Doug.
The Law Dog needs to lay down the law here. Absolute bare minimum there. Needed to get that close, but didn't expand on any points. So BMAC going to try to load up these 15s as much as he can. Switches on the last, didn't feel comfortable to position after the first two darts.
Yeah, good switch there from Larry. Make sure there's no 3-dart finish there for Brian.
Mike just tries to go for the close on the last there, knowing he couldn't regain the point lead. But Mike Porterfield, you kind of expect him to take it here, averaging a 6-4 and well ahead. Porterfield throwing phenomenal and really having a great weekend so far. Of course, Doug is tired of seeing Porterfield as he had to play him so much last night and so many intense battles.
Doug kicking off with a 180 in this one. So Porterfield trying to make up some ground.
Gordon put it best last night. Doug loves playing that aggressive thermonuclear, go for multiple houses strategy. And you'll see a lot of these players, they'll try to counter it by going wide themselves. So you get 2 numbers up, well, I'll go ahead and get 2 numbers up on the other end. And has led to some interesting battles and a little bit more of that 4D chess style of gameplay from some of these guys.
I didn't realize the guy in the chair is Denny.
Oh, is it?
Who awaits the winner of this one. So he's scouting in style.
That is awesome. That's a baller move. I want to be honest. That's a huge baller move. It's almost intimidating. Giving me some like mafioso vibes. B-Mac going for early bulls here and gets a hat trick. Doug with a 9 mark to take it here. And does opt to take the 17th. Last night he was leaving those for Mike to fight on, and the amount of 17s and 15s that Porterfield had to hit last night to come out on top was incredulous. B-Mac gets the close there. So 1-1 score line. Race to 3 is our format here. Just a reminder, guys, as looks like they broke the rubber mat or something. Hear that, or they're having a quick prayer for good darts here. I'm going to wager the mat's the issue. All right, here we go. Underway. Mike Porterfield to start us off here for leg number 3. I think that'll suffice. Starting off with perfection there. Loading up those 20s. Yeah, I feel like there's a big debate nowadays between how the best open. Most people argue the loading it up on the 20s versus 220s and a 19 shot. I've always been partial to just staying on the 20s if the bed's available. What about you, DJ?
Yeah, I mean, if I block myself where I feel like I can't put another triple in there, I'll switch. But to me, the ton 80 is the most value added and the highest likely as far as following through with that third triple. It's easy to, oh well, I would do this, this, and this. Like, well, if you're guaranteeing yourself triples, awesome. But if you hit a single 19, that's way worse than me hitting a single 20.
Absolutely correct. It's more utilization, and that's the mentality that a lot of players, when they're looking at these guys, something to always keep in mind is, where's your miss most valuable? Where's that if you aim at the triple and you fall on the wire and hit a single, where is it most valuable? And that's why you and I start up on those 20s, and we all agree White Horse opens most incorrect. Huge last start there for BMAC, much needed, as you have to try to get at least a little bit of ground there, although you expect Mike to shut down and move along. What a shot there.
Three singles enough to shut it down. Keep a pretty sizable lead. Brian finding 7, pulling his average up to a 6.0, but minuscule compared to the 7.67 that Porterfield's throwing.
Yeah, certainly. When you're going first and throwing in the 7s and even to the high 6s after that round, you're heavily favored. It's so hard to break, if not borderline impossible, without playing perfect yourself. Law Dog gets it there. 2-1 advantage now in this one. Shoot the thrill. Taking the lead here. Guys, let us know who you're cheering for, who you got in the chat. And just a reminder for those that haven't tuned in yet, might just now be tuning in. If you want to follow along with the brackets, go to your BullShooter app on your smart device. All you got to do is go to that Tournament King section, hit all events, and you'll be able to follow along with this bracket and all others and all previous as well.
Doug with another 180. Back-to-back legs, putting in a 180.
As the standard for these guys continues to improve, as it has to, knowing the difficulty of the competition here and knowing that your opponent's staring you down and a lazy boy right behind. Yeah, this is a scary situation if you're shoot the throw. You need to be loading up as many 19s as possible here. Does find 6. Good shot there, but only a 47-point lead. Why not another? Why not? Answer right back from Porterfield.
Now Doug needs to find the triple. Does with the last. What a bit of an opening for Mike here. He can step in with a 9 mark.
Isn't going to be able to. I say only a 5 simply because of how well he's been playing the standard he has set for himself so far. Still averaging a 6.5 though, doing more than enough. I mean, everyone's really lighting up the board. BMAC is the only one trailing behind at the moment. Wild Dog did get a stab in at the 20, does not connect on it. So just focused on expanding the point lead here and keeping Doug upstairs. Porterfield showing more of what he learned last night from playing Doug in this multi-house type style of cricket that he's been playing. Just going and loading up 17s there. Mike in the chat saying, Dane just sitting back there looking like he's waiting for those dang kids to cut through his yard once again. giving them the get off my lawn pose.
One thing to keep in mind is this is 25 round limit. So this is the 13th round, just over halfway.
Yeah, and well over 1,000 points at this point. These guys are in for the long haul here. And this is what we saw in that finals, right? This is what kept the energy levels high, but also made it all the more impressive of the standard they were playing. Is they weren't playing 5 and 6 round cricket games when Doug and Mike were going at it. They were playing 13 to 20 round games where they were getting to 1,000 points multiple different times. That's what made it a long draw of a final as BMAC loads up 9. And Doug doing Doug things, finds the white horse there. Huge shot for No Name Bane.
Yeah, looking like we're going to be tied up at 2 apiece.
And we are. Here we go. Shoot the thrill. Given one, going at it. And it really just comes down to this diddle on who the advantage is, because both these teams have shown pretty equal moments of skill.
And Doug able to find a double bull to win the cork.
Well, he afforded himself the opportunity. How is he going to seize it here? Oh, what a shot from Mike. What a shot from Mike. Taking full advantage of that lax open from Doug. Hits exactly what he needs to hit there, and then some. Beautiful shot from Porterfield. Now, if you're Mike here, did you just tell Lawrence to go close those 18s, or would you tell him here?
Yeah, I mean, you have to take away the X. Yeah, that's the right shot.
Doug getting 7 down there, but after that 4-mark open, the big capitalization, it's heavily in the favor to shoot the thrill at the moment. And my prediction of whoever won the diddle being the massive favorites was silly now. We get back-to-back 9s from Porterfield. A little bit of a slight opening here. Doug will need to find perfection to capitalize on that mistake, though. Oh, B-Mac went for an aggressive dart on that last one. Yeah, a lot of consistency and symmetry across this averages, except for one outlier, and that would be Porterfield at the moment. Isn't it interesting? Trying to slowly take away real estate here, and now Lawrence has the pressure on his back to get that point lead assertively so.
Oh, catches a triple on a bounce out. 5 doesn't put him in the clear, but forces Doug to have to be perfect here.
First start trip for single 18 to the 15 is the shot.
It's on. Is he looking over at the 15? No, he stays there all day.
And then
rid of the 18.
I have no problems with the way he shot that there. It's a little more safer and conservative, and it forces Mike now to have to stay 2 darts at the 15.
He's moving over.
Ooh.
And he drills it. Huge 3 triple turn there from Mike.
I mean, this just seems to be Mike's Porterfield's weekend so far with his double dip completion last night. The way he's playing into today, some incredible stuff for Mike. Lawrence has a misstep.
Yeah, the Hucklebuck is on. Needs 5 bulls.
That's the first. Needs double now. That's the double. That's the other one. As Doug gets it.
5 bull Hucklebuck to go to the king seat match for Doug and Brian. Mike Larry, you're gonna have to battle in the losers bracket, but we're gonna get that king seat match coming up. We have been keeping an eye on the women's and the open. The women's still a little behind, so following the Pro-Am king seat, we'll probably jump over to the women's queen seat. But yeah, we've got more Doug action coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
We'll be right back, guys. It's king seat time, ladies and gentlemen. Excited to see this one, as this might be one of the most tantalizing affairs yet on our dartboard that will have to follow the big show that we just saw in the last round here. Nick Teixeira and DJ Sayer calling this one. Let's see who we got here. We got Give 'em One and Bell South duking it out to see who gets their spot in the final. Locked in, loaded. And DJ, we've gotten a good look at both these teams now in some match play environments. Do you have any favorites or people you think might have a slight advantage in winning this matchup? Who you got here?
This one I actually think is pretty even. It's hard to argue that Doug doesn't have a slight advantage just based on the last year or two form. But I actually think Brian and Cody are very close, and I would only give Doug a slight advantage over Denny. So, yeah, I think this one could easily go either way.
Certainly seems to be the case. The last one, Shoot the Thrill, losing out to Give 'em One, was a thriller indeed, with a 5-bowl finish needed and succeeded by Doug to get this team to this point now. On the other end of the bracket, the 5th-6 matches are underway. Awesome Again is taking on Shoot the Thrill on the top half. Bottom half is going to be Map, which is the only team we haven't seen left in this tournament. Going up against Disappointed, Map beating out the Bat Shark team, which, if I'm not mistaken, yep, that's Darcy's team, previous champion. Do want to give a shout out to the map team, Colin Rath and Michael Peter. Colin Rath, good friend of mine. Always love seeing him and him finding some success on the board. Plus, I mean, he makes a pretty good board official as well. Doug here. Finds it. What a shot for Bane.
Yeah, look at those averages. 5.5, the lowest on the board. This is exactly what a king seat match is supposed to be.
Absolutely. Plus the mind games of Danny Garn in the previous match, pulling up the big chair to sit behind. These players are firing on all cylinders at every aspect, on the board and through the furniture. Doug takes it there. Let's see how Denny starts us off here. It's going to set the pace and precedent of the match. I just gotta say, as the weekend progresses, Doug's celebrations continue to impress me. So many different ways for him to do the 1 to 2 arm celebration there, as he does deserve it for loading up those 19s. Ellie, if you're wondering what Cody's listening to, he's actually listening to the Black Eyed Peas on loop. It's all their work there. Big fan, he is. I made that up, but I believe that's what I would listen to if I was him.
Only 5 this time from Doug.
G-Road Darts in chat agreeing with me. Black Eyed Peas, it is. I have no idea what he's actually listening to. I definitely think in the times I have worn headphones as a player, which is very rare. I only have ever done it in remote events where the bar's otherwise practically empty. If I am listening to headphones, I want something with high energy, high BPM, keep me engaged. I don't want something slow and dragging. So whatever that may be. Oh, Maha, Brandon Neal in the chat. Which I believe we're about to confirm everything, but I believe we have that BullShooter that will be the first weekend in March over in Nebraska. Doug Bain continuing the hot hand streak, by the way, here. White Horse. I like how everyone in chat's just debating about what Cody's listening to. Blank Space Taylor Swift. We got some Simon and Garfunkel, some Beethoven.
If I know Cody, it's I Hate My Parents music.
It's I Hate My Parents music.
Yeah, and that's not to say that he hates his parents. I didn't mean it sound that way, but yeah, it's probably a lot of screaming.
Hey, you know what? If that's true, as the kids say, that's based. Here we go, leg number 3, 2-0 advantage for Give 'em One. Brandon, I believe so, but it's not confirmed yet for if I'm going to be on site, but I presume I'm going to be on site for the Nebraska BullShooter. Unless told otherwise. I think those first 2 legs there, I mean, it's not that Bell South played bad by any means, but they just simply are getting outgunned, and it's going to be a tall task to get 3 off the spin here.
found a pile of 20s. Brian, after the flat line, gonna look to get some redemption here.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling in this one comparative to the last 2 leg performance. But if I'm given one and this is a strugglesome leg, I just know, okay, don't give up on the leg, but put the focus more so on the fact that we'll get the start in the next one. That's the one that they're supposed to win, and that's the reason that getting that 2-0 advantage is so important, because it guarantees you'll get a chance to win with the throw and not having to go all the way down to the diddle.
Brian just going to try to find some marks. Essentially resigning in this one. So this is the important one for Bell South. If they're going to win this match, they got to win this one going second. And Doug actually going to give him a little bit of an opening, only finding 3 singles right out of the gate.
Sorry about that. A bunch of people came in here and said, "Oh, are you Gordon Dixon? Can I get your autograph?" And I just said yes.
It's a correct response.
I said, "Wow, Gordon, you got worse looking."
I mean, he just had his second child, so.
Yeah, big congrats to him for that. Couldn't imagine. I'll stick with my one cat, Fred. I love that the chat's still giving Cody's going to watch back this match and read some of these chats. Like Mike just saying, Cody switching to Kids Bop mix is proving to be a game changer. You guys are killing me right now. BMAC so far carrying the mantle for his team at the moment, giving Doug time to wake back up and get into it. What an answer from Cody. If you guys want autographs, Brad is giving them out at the control booth. So you just go over to the main stage there, ask for Brad, and say, I want your autograph. And when that inevitably backfires, don't tell him I said it. Everyone's kind of heating back up the standard here. BMAC bought time, and then Doug was able to load it up. Now let's see what they're able to do with this opportunity. Oh, what a shot. What an amazing shot there. BMAC playing perfect at the moment. Near perfect. 7-0.
Cody really needs to fill this up. One more. And he does. Great shot there from Cody, getting he and Denny back into this leg. But he's going to need some help from Doug.
And two different players right now in the sevens at the moment. It is round 9 now.
Well, and I'll be honest, it's the two that I thought were, well, they're the AMs on their team. So I think it's a fair statement to say they were the two on the team that I thought would be the lesser of the two on their teams. But right now in this leg, when it mattered most, carrying the banner.
Denny finding 6, unable to call collect on the last. So EMAC now single 17 and some points. And that's a bad time to catch a cold streak. Two bulls away for give him one, taking it 3-2-1. And let's be honest here, BMAC, the one that carried the mantle in that last leg when it was needed most, and Doug knows it. That was a great performance from everyone involved there. And congratulations to the King seat holders now for that one. So it looks like they're right now currently playing some 5th-6 matches in the other side of our bracket here. So let's go ahead and get these ladies on over to the board here. We're going to get that set up. And we'll be back in just a moment here, guys. Don't go far, folks. Nick Teixeira, DJ Sayer in the booth. Welcome back, and it's time for the ladies to strut their stuff here on the dartboard. Excited to see this queen seat match in our women's doubles combo bracket here at Niagara Falls, New York. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer here. DJ, you excited to see some ladies on the stream?
Yeah, we're getting our queen seat match, so should be getting to see what 4 ladies are killing it on the day. And I got to admit right away, pretty unfamiliar faces. I think I only recognize one of these players. So, yeah, always like getting to see the unknowns, at least to me.
That's more than fair, because when we were watching some of the women's singles matches last night, Gordon and I, we were surprised at the different range of people there. And it's cool because it makes for these miracle runs and these Cinderella stories. Like last night, we saw one of the ladies in her third place match practically cry a tear of joy when she made it to the finals. So some really cool stuff, some really cool stories to be told, and some really amazing darts to be seen. So we got Jamie and Corey taking on Susie and Darlene. Darlene.
It's usually how you say that name.
You know what they say, third time's the charm. You can tell a lot of them are new faces to our stream. The lady throwing right there, Sue, she turned around when I was walking by there, not talking to me, but talking to somebody else, that she does load in a hat trick there. And she says, so we're not like actually on the stream, are we? And then like the guy, I don't know if it's that gentleman or another guy, was like, oh no, they have the cameras over here. And I looked and I was like, sure. Yeah, you guys definitely aren't on the stream. No way, no how.
Not currently.
Well, it is one of those things when you're not used to playing it. It does sometimes add some unnecessary pressure. I have always loved those opportunities, but I also know for a fact that it does weigh on the mind if you're not used to it. I do want to say Jamie in particular did ask earlier. She's like, who are you commentating with? And I said, I'm with DJ today. And she got really excited. So she did want to say hello to you. I just wanted to reiterate that.
Nice.
That one's real. I didn't make that one up.
Okay. I believe you.
You're like, I know I got fans.
Not fans, friends.
Oh, there you go. Let's see if Susie cleans it up here. We do have to remember that freeze rule is in effect here, so you got to keep in mind when you're playing the scores and trying to get as many points as possible per turn, sometimes opting over ideal setups, which is what we're going to see out of these ladies. Darlene here just wants to get as many points as possible so that way Susie will get a shot.
So Jamie back at 230 could really use a hat trick. Oh, and she's going to be close, but no cigar.
Yeah, Jamie needed at least 160 there to freeze. Not a bad miss on that first start there. Oh, but doesn't connect on the second either. As she says, oh, fudge sickles. necessarily have a problem with her not taking the look there. I still maybe would have preferred one dart for it, but at the same vein here, it puts pressure on Darlene to keep scoring here, because that would be the game plan now, freezing out Susie. If you're the AIC girls.
Jamie finding her first bull. Bringing it down to 109. That guarantees that Corey will get a look at the 84 if Susie doesn't take out 59. No chance of a freeze now.
Was going 15 for double 16 there, but carrying high. So now Susie just needs to bring herself down, though. So Corey, like you said, will get a look now. Single 18 for leg number 1. Oh, you don't want to do that, though. Jamie is eligible to take the 109 here. Needs to find a bull.
So 20 now for Susie. Big single 20.
Just needs to drill it here. He gets it in there. And some respect from the AIC girls. They give a little round of applause there. As they are on to leg number 2 of this combo format. So we are on to cricket time here. I do love that there's a little bit of crowd going around here to support the women's match. A little bit of a cold open all around here. Yeah, Corey's going to try to take advantage of the fact that they only got an X on the 18s there. Going wayward on that first, but can put that single 16 in the back pocket for later. I don't agree with the shot selection in general after the first start. Nothing wrong with starting on the points, but to take a look on the third dart for 18s, either commit to it or not with the X on it. Bit of a wayward turn there.
So Jamie now, good look to shut down those 18s. No, going down. She's looking up. I thought I saw her eye level change, but stays there.
Yeah, all these girls are around that same mid 1 average at the moment. No one's really on a breakaway yet. It's definitely a more nervy, gritty game. Really a lot of fighting in the trenches at the moment.
Yeah, you almost feel like one really big shot, 7 or 9 mark would potentially take control. See Jamie pointing down. I think Susie heard her in her head. Went right at those 19s afterwards.
Someone in the chat can let us know what the AIC stands for, because I was like, I wonder if that's like a known thing, but I don't think that means associate in claims. I wonder if that's like a local bar that they're representing, maybe.
I don't know. Jamie's a Pittsburgh person, so I got nothing on it.
American Italian Club.
Yeah, okay.
That makes a lot more sense than associate in charge or whatever I said.
Good last there from Susie.
Or he's able to just go right those 17s there. I do think with that 16s in the back pocket, she could have probably just jumped straight on over there with 2 big singles, but we'll see what happens here. Darlene gonna try to get a house on the board, get back into this leg.
Yeah, a bit wayward there for Darlene. But her and Susie do have a leg in the pocket. This one a must win for Jamie and Corey.
Whiskey Girls only dropping 2 legs heading up into this match. AIC dropping 3 on the way in. So a couple of close tiebreaker legs, 3 tiebreaker legs in a row to get to this point. While a little bit more of a smooth coasting for the Whiskey Girls. I will say, as you and I talked about earlier, and someone pointed out in chat, I feel like we're getting more PA and Ohio representation on the New York stream than New York at this point. And we have had some New Yorkers do well in the stream, but a lot more of that Midwest region coming in.
I think one thing that is being highlighted is the fact that the old rules of if you qualify at one regional, you can't play at another. Now that that's went away, I think that it's opened the door for people to go to more regionals. Because I mean, Jamie, I'm not sure about her partner Corey, but Jamie lives in Pittsburgh. Probably almost always plays Pittsburgh. But now obviously making the trip to New York, and then the Ohio boys. I mean, I know that they've been all around. So yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of people traveling to multiple regionals.
Absolutely. And to be honest, the Pittsburgh, Ohio regionals in particular are known for being some of the toughest ones out there to play in. And so some people are taking a gamble saying, I wonder if I'm going to have a slightly easier field going to different ones. I mean, we talked about it in Michigan or in Nashville when we were at those regionals where they had smaller pro turnouts. And if other pros would have known that would have been the case, they probably would have swarmed on one of that, so that way they could try to lock in an invitational spot, because that's a big factor, is what's the most efficient way for you to get an invitational spot. Just a heads up on the men's doubles non-pro brackets that we have going on. Currently playing in the top 12 leading into the 7th and 8th matches currently there. So they've been chugging along and doing some work over there on the other end. Considering 86 teams, I would say it's pretty impressive that they're moving at that pace.
And there it is, Corey drilling a double bull to take leg number 2. So tied up, one apiece. We're going to get a cork.
And not the wine cork, the diddle cork.
Looks like Susie took it.
I would say you're right. So here we go. Update on the Pro-Am bracket as well. By the way, guys, they just are now getting underway on the 4th place match. So more than likely what's going to happen is after this one concludes here, we're going to get that 3rd place and then the finals of the Pro-Am, and then we'll go back over to finish out the ladies is probably how that one's going to play out there. Ladies are also in the 4th place match as well, though. So whichever one comes first for the 3rd place and finals for these 2 brackets. The ladies' loser side bracket, honestly, caught up after slacking behind for a little bit.
Good open there from Jamie, punishing the 18-point open from Susie. So Darlene's going to need to pick her partner up here.
It doesn't really do so, so now Corey can really make this one hurt with a big round. 1 to 2 bowls a round, just having that consistency and scoring power is so huge, especially in an open out format. Any out's a feasible out. Exactly what she wanted to do here. Sue just taking a big breath there and isn't able to collect on the last. She really wanted to. She was trying to say it, try to wish into existence that she gives us an "Oh Fiddlesticks." Corey's going to try to set up the out here. Barring a minimum of 160 here, yep, we'll have 6 darts at the out and won't even have to shoot the 162 if they don't choose so, which I don't think, unless Susie here hits a 160 or more, they should shoot the 162 out. They should just be setting up. One, 2, 1 will more than do for a finish here. So Darlene is going to try to chase behind. One big bull here makes a big difference and just doesn't quite get it. There you can see slap of the hands. Really wanted that one.
$71. 54. It's a good miss.
That goes a little bit wayward on the last there. So Susie gonna have to put as much pressure as she can on this 5-2. I do like that they're having a discussion between both partners, making sure they're on the same wavelength of approach here. Jamie for the match. Was going for that 20 double 16. So 159 is eligible to go. Opted not to take a dart for it. So 5-2 again. Wonder if they're going to switch up and do the 2 bull approach now, or the 12 double top approach maybe. Now they were again going for that 20 double 16. And now they need a double 15 or a trip 10 here for the match. You don't want to give the Whiskey girls too many chances to get back in this because eventually they're going to take you up on it. Sue here, first start at the Bull because there's a couple of good fallouts that would also work in her favor. 112 is not one of them, though. And there we go. AIC girls take it here over the Whiskey girls. So currently, we have both fourth place matches in the Pro-Am and the women's doubles bracket underway. So we'll kind of get that overhead look here and kind of take a look at the Pro-Am match if we can. At least take a little side look here. We'll get a few moments here, decide what's coming up next, and get it all set up. As look at that. That's a lot of love between these girls right here. Congratulations to the ladies. Nick Teixeira and DJ Sayer in the booth. We'll be back in just a moment, guys. Here we go. A little bit more time for the ladies in the limelight. Excited to see how this third place match will wrap up and shape up here as we get to see the Whiskey Girls once again with lovely Sue to start us off versus Let's Try This, Annette and Heidi. Went out there and watched that last leg for Heidi and Annette there in their match against Chicks with Tricks. And I can tell you, their heart's on it. They were having a huge celebration. They hit the game shot. They gave each other a big hug, and the girl said, I can't believe it. And I believe in reference to the run that they're making in the bracket. So seriously, some great stuff to get them to this point.
Here comes Susie firing in on 114.
So just a heads up of what's coming up after this. We got the third place match here, and then we're going to jump over to the Pro-Am final for that to see what happens there, and then back over for the women's final, and then rounding out our coverage with the men's doubles cricket, it seems. So that's just a heads up of what we're looking like here, guys, to give you guys a little insight into our logic and what we have coming up. Susie well out in front in this one. Annette trying to tail right behind, though. And hits a hat trick. Good time to do that.
Yeah. We'll see if she even gets a look, though. Two things at risk here. Susie on 43, and the fact that she may be frozen even if Susie doesn't take it out. Depending upon what Heidi does here. Heidi could theoretically freeze, but she's going to need her best turn of the match so far.
And doesn't find it there. Only finding 37. So 43 is the look now for Susie Q. A little bit wayward. Now needs to clean up. Could just hit a big single for big single here. 18 for 19.
Just make sure she doesn't bust. That's a good miss. I know she wanted to take it out, but that assures that Annette is frozen.
Yeah, that is so important. And then Annette hitting the bull first. I would almost say just hit the button. You don't want to risk busting this either. Oh, does clean up nicely, though. She says, don't worry about me. So now it's up to Darlene to make sure Susie will get a shot and continue to freeze Annette as well.
So one bull from Heidi, and it will guarantee a freeze.
There we go. Again, what a time for her to start doing this. What a time for her to start doing that. Dirty, dirty darts. Susie Q cannot do nothing except put on another jacket. So Annette for single 2. Not quite, so. I'll be up to Heidi now to take it out. $61. Even if she does bust, it still have Susie frozen, so just want to clean up properly there. 23 not ideal, but button will be pressed, and Annette will get a shot for 2 now. She did just ask, should I go for the double 1 or the single 2? And she said, it's up to you, is what her partner said. That was a real lip reading, not a bad one. And finds it. Good shot there for Annette. Taking leg number 1 for Let's Try This. Susie starting off right, though, with a 4. Darlene can press the advantage here.
Oh, Susie with the big third. Shutting it down. Here comes Darlene as well, putting in a couple of triples. So Susie and Darlene figuring it out in this leg.
They certainly are, and they're pretty much setting this up to guarantee a last leg decider here. Well, just 3 balls away, so making progress and getting along there. Brings it down to within 2. Basically writing this one off. We're going to be on to a tiebreaker here to see who gets their appearance in the finals. So here we go. Diddle time. You can see camaraderie from all the ladies here. Oh, no. Well outside for her. So Susie and the Whiskey Girls to start us off in this last leg. Stacked score, 501. Or single score, excuse me, not stacked score. I don't know why I said that. Got the start, but did not capitalize on it. Real lax opening there for Susie Sue Q.
Yeah, the exact same opening we saw in the Queen Seat match in the third leg from her.
Do you think that could be match point anxiety?
I mean, they're close. I'm not willing to chalk it up to that. I think just unlucky.
I do appreciate that no matter how intense and how much these girls want it, and I can promise you these girls really want it, they are laughing and having fun as well with each other and with their partners. Good to see that they're all in high spirits. Well, let's try this. Effectively has the throw now, so we're going to see if they can continue to press with that, get themselves in range of a setup.
Darlene needing to find one. Not able to.
Susie was real frustrated with that first start. But then course corrects kindly. And Annette just wiring at the wrong moment. So Darlene, if she can leave an out here, be impressive and a good situation here for the Whiskey Girls. She will leave an out. 118. Very doable.
Can Heidi put her and Annette on and out? She does, but 142, a tough ask. Susie looking at 118.
Yeah, Bull 18 Bull is going to be the shot here, or with no freeze in effect, that should be the way they shoot it. I don't want to accidentally bust. One 142 is not going to go, but a lot of pressure. 103 is not a gimme by any means. With a 15-point lax round, and Net will do exactly that expert shot there. All Darlene can do is set up and pray. So 38 now for Heidi. Two big 19s go inside on that double. It is open out, girls. Let's see what you got. That's a little bit wayward. Single 16 for single 15, probably. She's deciding what she wants to do. That's more than okay. Single 10 now. Just make sure to go high. Drags it down. Now 27. More likely going to break this up. Not going to go right at the trip 9. Way too risky with very little reward. Two big singles. Did go for the trip 9. Now over to single 18.
There it is. So Susie gets it done for her and Darlene, going back to the final to try to get revenge on Jamie and Corey. Commiserations for Annette and Heidi, as they will finish in 3rd place, but a good showing from them. And we will have your Pro-Am final coming up. It looks like that is not quite ready. We're in the 2nd game, but so yeah, we'll let them get through the rest of that match, and we will be right back with the final of the Pro-Am. Don't go anywhere.
Back in the action here. Here we go. Finals time. AIC girls against the Whiskey girls. A rematch of the Queen Seat match. And I'm excited to see how this one goes down here. DJ Sayer hanging out with me in the booth. DJ, what do you think here?
Yeah, I mean, candidly, the women's Queen Seat match, not the best performance from all four of the ladies. I think they'd admit that. But we certainly saw some better darts in that third place match. And already it looks like all three of the ladies have thrown so far at a quicker pace than we saw in the Queen Seat match too. So I think we're going to get a better performance here. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
It certainly will be. I mean, and we see how much it means to them, especially the AIC girls had a huge celebration after their win there, and the Whiskey girls just finding their way back to the match after running through the other side. So I'll be curious to see how it plays out. There's no real clear favorite in here, if you ask me. Susie just going to try to clean up. Darlene's way behind, so Susie has to leave herself an out and hope that Darlene hits big. Oh, great first start for Corey. She's just going to keep drilling along here. Not going to take her time waiting for the Whiskey girls to wake up. Now Darlene needs to perform this turn here, or else she's definitely in risk of freezing. That'll help the cause here, but Jamie Joe just going to try to keep piling them in. AIC out in front in leg number 1. They did win 2-1, so does he go to a tiebreaker on the last go here? AIC stands for American Italian Club, we found out. Not associates in charge.
And just to keep you guys up to date, it looks like Disappointed, which I believe was Travis and Sam, have made their way through the losers bracket in the Pro-Am and will now take on the King Seat holders of Give 'em One.
Unfortunate end for Bell South there. I mean, they had a great performance, and unfortunately losing out 3-1 in the King Seat match. Just wasn't able to make it back there. So unfortunate exit for them.
Dar with a low ton. And yeah, putting a lot of pressure on Jamie here to not freeze. Could potentially, with a hat trick, she would have actually froze Susie, but desperately needs a bull now. Does find one. So we'll see what Susie has in store. If she can get to 27 or less, the freeze will be on, but she'll be looking to take out 82.
And getting 27 or less is on her route here for the bull. Just needs to make sure to go inside when she goes to the 16s after. I just need to stay true and find a bull.
Yeah, any bull will do.
Oh.
not going to get it done, which leaves Corey a shot at 32.
This would put them on match point here if they could take this leg here. Oh, drags it way low. Yeah, by her reaction, I want to say she either dragged it low. I don't think she accidentally shot the wrong one. Yeah. She's even motioning it with her arm there. Bit of a misstep there for Corey.
That's a big third from Darlene. Basically forcing Jamie now to probably have to hit a low ton in order to not freeze her partner. But Jamie could take out 127.
Definitely
Still
could take
on.
out.
Does she switch to the triple 20 or the triple 17? I like the triple 20 shot here.
I would agree with that. That's how I would shoot it. That's not the one,
That's
though.
the wrong shot. Yeah. The whole point of going to triple 19 is to leave yourself a big fat single finish. You can do that by tripping the 20, leaving yourself a single 17, but a single still leaves you 57, which is a finish.
Yeah. Well said there, DJ. Well said. Couldn't agree more. Susie now.
Yeah, and Susie's either going to take this out or freeze, unless she busts. That's the only way one of those two things doesn't happen, in my opinion. Well, unless she gets too aggressive and goes outside. So she's got the freeze here. Yep, maintains the freeze.
Yeah, combined 42 points there. So freeze is in play here. 32 can get all brought down all the way down to 2 or 1. Yeah, hit the button at 5 here. You don't want to accidentally refreeze your partner here. 26 now is look for Dar. One more of those. Goes low, needs to be careful. Does find it. Whiskey Girls takes it. As the chat now was just more impressed at the mathing there and saying, that's a lot of mathing and numbers be hard with B spelled incorrectly. So you can see we got some scholars in our chat today, guys. Thanks for tuning in with us. There's a certain nuance, though, to learning the freeze math in particular, especially when the board doesn't display it visually. That's an extra layer of game awareness that has won and lost many legs for people. Scrappy start to this cricket leg here. Jamie finds the 19. Oh, going for the Shanghai. Oh, goes to the 17. She didn't know that Shanghai would have instantly given her the win. I wouldn't mind a little aggression here from Susie, but does want to find the close here. Wouldn't be upset if she went for an early close at the 19. Does find those 18s, though. Great shot for her. Same thing here with Corey. I don't mind her taking a stab at the 17s with the mark on it already.
Susie does close the 19s with the point lead there.
It forces Corey to have to collect down on these 17s. Only regains a point lead by 2, so effectively the Wussy Girls just made AIC downgrade in position on the board and putting themselves in a good chance to get ahead here. Following some subsequent 18s, hopefully. Catching the wrong side, though. So opportunity handed back over to AIC. A great first start there for Susie. And another one. And another one. You can hear the whole room. I can hear them screaming out there.
Yeah, Susie throwing the daggers, setting her and Dar up to polish off the first set 2-0. But Corey not rolling over. She's going to respond with 6-17s.
Oh, the first blow was thrown, and now everyone's going to be exchanging haymakers. Oh, good close there. Go back up, add an extra point on the board here. Sorry about that. Just got confirmation I am playing mixed triples.
Good for you.
Super fun. Everybody be scared. I'm going for top 16, top 8. I'm actually back-to-back top 8s. I can't get past it in the last 2 BullShooters I played it. So no dice so far. I just want a fancy little trophy. That's all I want.
So Jamie and Corey have clawed their way back into this one. Jamie could take the lead. She does with a triple 16.
Yeah, excellent focus on that last start there. Had to stay true and did so. Susie has been ruthless on these 18s. Yeah, great performance there. Finding a 4 mark, keeping her average consistent and ahead of the pack. Pressure's back on Corey, who has also been rising to the occasion. Not in this moment here. Does collect. 26 points is now the difference maker.
Joe Hedrick looking like he's feeding an army.
Funnily enough, he tried to order a 5th entree, and they said, no, sir. I do think it's funny with our setup here compared to some of the other regionals we do, where like you can see the walkway behind. It just leads to a lot more shenanigans and antics back there. And honestly, I'm here for it.
So you said there's a what's the safari restaurant that's inside the hotel?
Rainforest Cafe?
Yeah. So where do they have the stream board? Because I've been to that tournament a couple of times. Where do they have the stream board set up now that the walkway is behind?
So the stream board, I mean, we're literally out. This whole little row of boards is in front of this conference room on basically when you go in the main entrance, we're on the far right-hand side. And then they have curtains that kind of section off this so that way people that are going, because right behind those banners is a pool with a full glass windows and everything.
So it is in the hallway now.
Yes, half of it, or very small portions in the hallway. Only 7 of the 40 boards are in the hallway.
No. I'm saying the feed. The
Yes.
feed is in the hallway.
Correct. That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. So it used to be in the main hall.
Gotcha.
It was actually like if you walk in the main hall and then like up and to the right is where the and then we were kind of like in a closet in the back.
Yeah.
Like they had like tables and everything that they had stacked in there.
Yeah, they told me about the closet nightmare before, but they actually let me come out of the closet. So.
Oh, there you go.
No, they put us in like a different room here. That's why they moved the stream board to this side as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, the hall was always interesting. Like even to play in, because I remember I played the Friday Night Blind Draw out there. But yeah, when I saw everybody walking behind, I figured the stream had moved.
Yep, exactly.
But since you said there was a Rainforest Cafe in the hotel, I knew it was the same hotel.
Yeah, and that's a dead giveaway there for the Rainforest. There's not too many of those guys around still. So, yeah, and that's also why those banners are all lined up like that so we don't accidentally get a peek into the pool. There's a little mini aquarium by the pool, too, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, they also have like a spa in there.
Yep.
Right by the elevator. That the first year we went there, my wife came with us, and I swear she sat in that spa for 10 hours. They have like the O2 machines or whatever. Like, yeah, she was just getting her spa on.
Yeah, happy as a clam.
Oh yeah.
For 2 straight.
Another one?
Oh.
Thought she had it.
I heard Susie in the background from here. She also thought she had it. See the demeanor starting to change for Jamie and Corey. A little bit more serious, a little less friendly. Not in a mean sense, but in a getting serious sense here, knowing that this is more than likely going to another best of 3 here.
Yeah, I think pretty likely that Susie's going to wrap this one up.
Just needs to follow that one in. Got away from her a little bit. You can see them all just having a laugh. If I didn't know any better, I would assume that was some type of smack talk, but they're just having fun. So now Darlene with the shot here. They get to a deciding set. There we go. So now another one. Another one. Yeah, so they're going to run it back. And then after that, guys, it is going to be that Pro-Am final coming up on the board. And then it looks like by the time we get done with this and the Pro-Am, it might be just in time for the men's doubles cricket final here as they're about to get into that fourth place match. And it looks like, yeah, they're wasting no time. We're getting underway immediately here. Jamie Joe to start us off. And a all squared up final set here.
Darlene does find a bull with her third. Puts herself in the lead. Oh, looks awkward. Yeah, trying to find her way around it. She does.
My apologies there. A bunch of people that worked for the hotel just walked in here. They had their walkie-talkies on full blare and started chit-chatting. And I just looked over. I was like, hello? So sorry about that, guys. I am back, and Darlene finds a 150. She just wanted to do that just for me.
So picture that, except they start loading chairs and tables onto pallets.
Another one.
Like they just walk in, start chucking metal chairs onto carts and whatnot. Like, what, guys? Like, we gotta be quiet.
I love the different like chaos of hotels. I remember when I was at Cherry Bomb 2 years ago, they had us in a utility